actually focus again. Won't. But I can fix that by going into the camera software and tell it to stop autofocusing. I don't know why it does that. Boom. And then it works. Still dropping a little bit of frames there, but that was because I was starting the game, so... Or it could be because Twitch is being used by very many people today. Actually. It's difficult to tell. Okay. Now, this, and that, and that, and that. Should be good to go. So, first of all, I've been playing a little bit with lights. So we now have lights in the train station here. And then, in regards to the train, I figured out how to do this, and I did it off stream. Not entirely sure about this. I don't know, modern art. If I should just have this spiral floating in the air, or if I should have this here. Haven't made up my mind about that. But handily enough, having the signals at each side there exactly fits a train with 3 wagons, so there is plenty of loading space for trains going up here. Now the other thing that I've done off camera, which I had to do off camera to test, is that construction up there. Now the construction up there is nowhere near finished, but I've spent all day working on that, and so much back and forth, and geesh, that has been some project. But I didn't want to have everything built in box or square buildings, so I figured I'd try to do something a bit more interesting. And that building up there is for smelting iron and copper. And I have built it in such a way that it should accommodate 6 smelting lines across 3 floors from pure nodes. And since there happens to be 4 pure iron nodes and 2 pure copper nodes at the other side of that little outcropping there, I have built it as a hexagon. And as you can see, for those of you who have played Satisfactory a little bit, even with the update 5 adjustments, where you can do this. It's not doing it now, but you can do this with your foundations. So if I wanted to build some kind of, let's do that, and then you hold down control. Like if you rotate your mouse wheel, the default rotation will be 45 degrees. No. Yes, 45 degrees instead of 90 degrees, which is what it used to be. You hold down control, you will be rotating by just I think it's 5 degrees. And if you just keep holding down control, let me just fly up here, you can just continue to put down foundations. This works with other things except foundations as well. You get these very interesting looking things. But this is how you now make a circular building, or a hexagon, which is what I did here. And since I've done this off stream, I kind of want to explain how I did this, because I know that people will be interested in that. So here is the smelting floor before I show it. There is 8 smelters on each of the hexagonal sides. Haven't really decided how I'm going to bring things up or down into this. But 2 of these will be for copper, and the other 4 will be for iron. And then we will go up 1 floor, and we'll do the same here, and then up 1 more floor and do the same there. Now, I do think that that annoying... isn't really annoying, it's quite pretty actually, but the manta, I don't think that I'm able to avoid it clipping through the building, but it only passes through occasionally anyways, and I don't really have the inclination to move this, as it took me quite some time to build it. Also had to do measurements, and one thing that annoys me with building buildings that isn't square is what you're looking at there. It is, you get these bizarre artifacts when foundations clip into one another. This is really not that desirable to look at. Hi there, Krashafa, and thank you for the lurk. Yeah, there we can, well, actually I might avoid it, since I'm only going up a couple more floors. So what I've done here is, instead of using the regular glass foundations, which would then be giving all kinds of weird artifacts on where these intersect, I'm using glass roofs, which functionally, they're basically the same as foundations. As you can see, I'm building on them. There's a little half-meter step from a regular foundation, but if that means that I don't have to watch out lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of weird flickering along the 6 diagonals, I'm willing to live with that. Now, the power here has also been interesting. There is outlets inside of the pillars. I seem to have left one of those there. I was experimenting with whether I wanted to have a pillar at each of the 6 corners, but having those 2 didn't really look good, so I removed them. And yeah, this has been an interesting build for sure. At the sides, I've built these balconies, I suppose. You can go out and look at the view. The Northern Forest really is very pretty in Update 5. I love the glowing pine cones, or whatever they are. And it's built up high enough that I didn't have to murder too many of the trees. Normally I am not bothered by murdering trees, but the trees here in this area of the map are so pretty that I don't want to remove them. So it is with reluctance that I remove these trees. Which is probably amusing to those of you who know my usual sentiments towards trees in these games. But how did I build this? Let's start out with the middle. Just go up there. I might want to have some power up here. Let's see if I can't just look into that and put that there. So, how did I do this? Yeah, what I did was, from there, you take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps with the foundation, and you place it down. And let's go back to the default build mode. And then you can build foundations out from that. You remove the middle foundations. And then you go the other way. So 6 steps that way. Place. Remove the ones in the middle again. Then you'll have some additional foundations that you do not need. Now I can see which ones I don't need, but it isn't really that difficult to see. Even if I didn't have this beneath there, you would know that the ones you would have to remove were the ones. You can see the distance between here. That one is actually, I removed the wrong one there. Hello there, sus person. Welcome to the stream. So you want to remove every second. And I apparently managed to remove the one over there as well. No, I forgot to build. Yeah, because you also have to build one out. Go away. Also have to build out one regularly, of course. And I didn't mean to use 4-meter foundation. That gives you 6 foundations that you can use for the initial hexagon. And then you can just zoop out from there. And then I was trying with many things. One of the things that I tried with were these foundations. But now you'll see what I mean about the incessant flickering that happens. If they were at the same level there, they aren't, but you can see here, it's flickering like crazy. So it is not really that... I don't know if it's because of my detail level, because I haven't seen it flicker this badly on other people's streams when they build circular buildings and whatnot. But whatever it is, it's really, really bad on my computer. It's having a great deal of difficulty deciding which foundation is the topmost of these. So that's when I started experimenting with something else. And initially, my experiment was to take the frame floors. Let's turn off Zoop because I'm going to just place them down. And I need 2 of these here. I noticed that these don't do that silly flickering. So the other thing that I did was that to make this look consistent on all of the hexagonal the parts with the glass. What I did was that I did measurements, or I made sure that I started at the same point every time. So I would start at the right side and I would have the short end of the line here. So 1 there and then 2 here. And again, 1 there and 2 here. And I went like this all the way out. And the same here. Since this one is already touching, I don't think it's necessary with 2. No, it is. So you have to just test and see. But then 3 there. Because otherwise there would be a gap. So you don't want any gaps there. But the longest foundation row was always on the left side of the foundations. And the shortest one was always on the right side of the foundations. Now we are going to continue building. Oh yeah, of course. The next thing that I tried was to use the glass frame foundations. It's a little bit of a bother to place them here. So you can... There we go. You have to find the correct mouse pointer position. But as you can see, this flickers as well. And yeah, that flickering was driving me slightly insane. So that's when I started to look at the roofs. Let's change that to glass roof. And when I place down these, I noticed that they do not flicker. Now I had the end of the roof. I guess that's kind of like a water protection or something. I have that going outwards, not inwards, but you get the drift here. So this is how you build a hexagon. I should probably post a link to the YouTube video that I looked at, because I couldn't be bothered thinking out all this on my own. I mean, why reinvent the wheel when someone has done it for you? The video isn't updated for update 5, so the video will tell you to rotate the foundations 4 times, not 6 times. So you'll have to factor that in. Other than that, the video does explain it rather nicely. I mean, I understood it, so that means anyone should understand it, right? And these two. And we can remove this. Let's take away all of them. We're going to build a new floor right away, because I need this to be in 3 stories, so... Let me also find that video. Firefox. Yes. Time to empty the local cache of Firefox again, because it takes a long time to start up now. This video will explain how you build pentagons, hexagons, octagons, 1-degree angles, and or in vanilla. And based on update 4, there might still be some tricks that is usable from update 4 in that video, like the 1-degree angles, for instance. Can't do that with the base stuff that they've implemented in update 5. But the most important part for me was to see how the start of everything was built, because that was the most challenging part for me when I was working on this. It was, how do I start this thing? So let's move on to the next floor. I'm just going up 3 foundations. I think that is correct. No, it is not entirely correct. I would like to remove that foundation and replace it with a 4-meter foundation. I also checked for the smoke from the smelters, and the smoke does not go through the foundations, so that means I am generally happy, because I don't want smoke. Looks very ugly. I'm glad they fixed that, but I think they actually did that in update 4. Here we go. And then we need the frame floors. I need to turn off the zooping. Then we can remove these foundations again, because we don't need them anymore. And we can add in these. I want to make sure that they are actually the correct angle. Good. Yes, they are. Thank you. One, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They can be a little bit finicky to actually place down those things. I would have noticed when I would place down the next layer of them. But thank you for noticing that. This should be correct. That this should be... Oh. Yeah, those things are a little bit fiddly to work with. Okay, I see what you mean. How did I manage to do that? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I don't even know how I managed to do that. Bottom of the 4 meter is aligned with the bottom of the 1 meter. Not bottom 4 meter to top 1 meter. My brain is having certain difficulties processing that, I must admit. Yes. It should be 11 meters. That is what I aimed for as well. Just to make sure. And then I should be able to swoop in. Yep. So, that is correct. No, wait. No, that is correct. Because they are aligned to the top. You are confusing me now. 11? Rather, I'm confusing myself, to be honest. Okay. They are supposed to be one higher up. They are supposed to be 12 meters. They are supposed to be aligned to the top of that. Like that. Yes. $11, $12. The 1 And then I should be able to fit, yes, fit in 11 more. And that would be 11. So you are actually just supposed to put down 3 4 meter foundations on top of the 1 meter foundation already existing, if you are desiring to copy this kind of structure. There we go. And I have another sanity check for this as well. Zoop, and it's 10 foundations out, or 10 foundations in total with the foundation there. So, hence souping out 9 foundations. And then we should be able to fit, yep. So, it is exactly 12 meters each floor. Because I added those 1 meter basic walls as decoration at the top of the window. Apparently I've managed to remove one of the roofs here. Nine. Not there. And this is a lot of fiddling. That is for sure. It is a lot of fiddling. Even when you get things right the first time, which I didn't do now, you still have to fiddle a great deal to get this to be the way you want it. Just remember to check that the foundations are actually pointing the correct angle. As the game for some reason loves to flip them around. There's one more thing I need to do before I continue with this, after I'm done with the second, I guess, ring? I'm starting to run out of iron plates, I see. There we go. And then there is one more thing that I want to do before I continue on, and that is to place down the glass roofs here. Just find the correct location where I can actually put them down. Which seems to be a little bit above. Like that. Now let's remove those pillar bits because I have hidden a power connector in them. Good. And on each of these, we want to have 3 power connectors. Which may seem overkill, but there is a reason for why I'm having 3 of them. And then that power connector is a little bit... because it wants to be in 2 places all at once. So I try to get it centered, but it doesn't matter all that much if it is centered, since I intend to have those pillars there. But I try to pick the position where it looks as if it is centered. I also have a little trick I can show you guys. I don't know if that's a bug that the devs it's a bug they are going to fix, but I'll show it nonetheless. If you don't like the power lines hanging down like that, what you can do is open the decorator, select a swatch, and just hover over the power cable, and that for some reason tightens them up. No idea why. So just as a minor little tip, in case you guys prefer to have the power cables tightened up instead of hanging down, since I haven't done that on all the other connectors, and I do have a few of them. I'm just gonna leave them the default way. This building is fiddly enough as is, if I'm not going to start messing around with that in addition to this. Then finally we need to connect those up to those. And I'm connecting up all of them for redundancy purposes. In case I manage to break off one of them, I don't want this entire thing to stop. Now, the distance I had was 1, 2, 3, 4 foundations. And then the next one goes there, and the final one goes here. And the reason why I'm doing this power connection stuff now is because of the hover pack. Otherwise this would be the last thing I did. But I want that power grid to be in place due to using the hover pack. Especially since parts of this hexagonal construction is above this. That's a long way down. And very annoying to get back up if I manage to get down there without dying. Which you can by just holding down spacebar, but did I put that first power connector in the correct place? Yes, apparently I did. Exactly did I do this again? Right, okay. It's that simple. There one day. So far, I definitely think this is the craziest stuff I've ever done in this game. Come back, Wally. Tentacle Lurk, Calado de Heretic, yes. I want you to do something like this, Wally. I would love to see you build something elaborate. Like a building like this. I can hear the expletives all the way from the United States to Norway, and the maniacal laughter. Do I have everything I need to build those lamps? Oh, yeah, what I was saying is that you should... I would love to see you build something like this. You could, for instance, do a pentagon or something. Or a heretic building. What? I did not expect that answer. Who are you and what did you do with Wally? You should let Wally out of his dungeon. We are not used to Wally's evil twin here. Which does beg the question, if Wally has an evil twin, would that evil twin be the pious one, since Wally is the arch-heretic? That's the philosophical question of the day. Ah. I need to go down to the building train and pick up some more copper wire and iron plates. Maybe some more concrete as well. I'd like to place down these ceiling lights before. Is that the right spot? I don't think that's the right spot. Or it isn't. Wait, did I? Yeah, I didn't put it that way. I was watching JD play both earlier today and another day. I don't remember. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. He has the most glorious tentacled factory ever. Everything is clipping all over the place, and it's just amazing. It is not OCD friendly though, but I can highly recommend having a look at JD's factory. I've had a lot of fun watching him build that. Right, so to be able to connect to the power bit there, I need to take away the foundation above. Yes, that about covers it, Tizzy Girl. But that's also part of the fun. I have been severely amused by watching him and his companions play. Also, I was very impressed because they're using hypertube cannons, and as I was watching them earlier today, JD wasn't aware of the fact that if you remove the what is it called? The hypertube. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to do. The hypertube pillar support. Yeah, the support thing, the hypertube support. If you remove that from the end of each hypertube cannon thing, like what I mean is transportation, please. You want to have one of those cannons, which we have come to love so dearly. From Cobalt streams. But what you want to do is, I think I actually built them. No, this is the correct distance to avoid horrible death. And then you would have the entrance on those. And this is how JD had built the cannon, which is also how I built the cannon the first time I tried it. And you get a decent speed, but every time you pass one of these, you lose speed. So if you remove those four, the speed you get is far higher. Actually, I could have this one for one closer. I see that. Although no, because this would allow me to, if I get stuck, which happens, it would allow me to exit. So I was having a great deal of fun watching JD cannon himself across the world. But the point was that was on a dedicated server. And I am so impressed that the server didn't crash. Because at the speeds he was going, he traversed half the map in 20 seconds or something. And you'd think that that would crash the dedicated server. But apparently I've been able to make it stable enough that it doesn't. Which is fairly impressive. No, I didn't put it down too. Struggle is real. Now, that's why I have 3 of these here. Because of this one. That goes down each of the lines. But I'm sure most of you already figured that out already. Now, these are connected to a light switch, which is handily located down here. But you have to reset the light switch to get the lights to change color. So basically just flick it to a different color. Oh, geesh. Now the ones at the top level will also be horrid purple. And now they're yellow, including the ones that I just placed down that defaulted to white. As you can see, the light there now is yellow. But the armature, whatever it's called, itself will show white. Which is a bit annoying. Mostly due to my eye stuff, but it's fine. I think I'm going to run out of steel beams as well. You might actually have to go on a resupply trip back to the hub. Does that create... Let's see here. Now this is also 2. I need to just make sure that I haven't built some of them on the lower end of the foundations. Correctly aligned. Because you can easily, since these are just half a meter thick, you can accidentally put them there, which would create some trouble. Although I guess you could avoid the little step if you did that, but strangely enough, I'm not going to redo everything to avoid that little step if it does. This probably comes as a huge surprise to everyone. I mean, since I'm already crazy, why not just go full out, totally blown crazy? Shut up, Wally. I shall interpret what you said there, Zethlorian, as an agreement to my statement for Wally to shut up. Because I know what he would say. Poor moderators being denied the ability to troll me today. Oh. Shut up, Zethlorian. How many hours have I spent doing this today? I think I started around 12 and it's now nearly 8. So no, I'm going to leave it just as it is. With a little step. It's fine. I'm surprised that Billy actually listened to me. That is very unusual. Or is busy doing something else. Probably the latter. Because he never listens to me. Yeah, I'm sure he's recording or something. I'm going to go have to... I'm going to go have to. I have to go pick up more steel beams. Now, this is an interesting part of the construction, because if you go out exactly 8 instead of 10, you more or less get an almost perfect corner and might be able to avoid using the pillars as I had done. But that would give me certain issues with the smelters, unless I built them like I usually do, which would be clumped up. And I thought that I wanted to try having them centered on each foundation piece, just to try something different from my usual stuff. See how much we can finish with the steel beam we already have in our inventory. I should be able to finish 5 more here. That's about it. This looks fairly interesting even before I put down the glass. Going to have a drop. And you don't need to click anything. It automatically picks up power again and lets you continue. So just keep moving forward and you'll be fine. Slug in my... There's a great desire to be converted into a power shard. I need to bring them with me. Don't seem to have been using those. Silica, yes, I definitely want silica. Do I have any steel beams at all? Yes. Let's just toss that away. So we lots of concrete, lots of silica. More stack of copper wire. Steel beams. I need much of those. Cable. Yep, I'll take that one as well because I'm going to use a lot of that. And we can top it up with steel beams. Having a building train really is pleasant. We were discussing in JD's stream how it would have been nice to have kind of like a logistics network as you have in Factorial. But I kind of worry if the engine here in Satisfactory is capable of that. I mean, it's probably fine for high-end computers, but for not that high-end computers, I can easily imagine a bunch of bots or drones or whatever buzzing around trying to top up your inventory all the time. Would give you quite a substantial frame drop. Depends on how the system was implemented, I suppose. But say that now it would send out 10 steel beams to fill up my inventory. And when I do this, now it would send out 10 more. And then 10 more. It would perhaps work if they made it so that it only sent out a full stack. But still, say that I had my as I do now, the hub, which is very centered, located on that train station there, as you can see. And let's say that because that's here, let's say that I'm down here, building there, and it's fetching stuff from there. I do see challenges with this within the engine. It would have to be optional, that's for sure. But it would definitely be an improvement in terms of quality of life. Then again, just give us some kind of teleportation device. Have a particle accelerator. I'm sure we could get some quantum teleportation device that just teleports stuff into our inventory, which wouldn't give any kind of frame drops to the engine. So there is that option, of course. I mean, this is already science fiction enough that that shouldn't be a problem. Obviously, it would have to be something really high tier, like tier 8 or maybe even 9 or 10. Which would slightly defeat the purpose. Well, it would be okay on tier 7 or 8, as in where I am now. I wouldn't have any complaints with it here, but if it was earlier than that, I don't think that I would like it, because I think I would feel that it kind of broke part of the game for me. Now, copy pasting, however, that would be nice to have. A fact that I'm acutely aware of after working on this all day. I could just copy one floor and go upwards. That would have been very, let's say, convenient. I don't want blueprints though. Simple, nice, easy way to just copy and paste something. Like what you can do when you mark things like this. So up to... I don't know why they have a dismantle limit of 50 at a time, but there's probably a reason for it. So if I could copy, say, the smelters that I've built downstairs. Just checking that I'm actually... because I can't place these without one of those frame floors underneath. So I want them to be only above the frame floors. They are behaving very, very nicely with me now. They weren't earlier. I had to flip them around using the mouse wheel all the time. Something there? No, it's fine. It felt like it was too far down for some reason. By the way, my sleep is gradually improving again, which means that if everything continues the way that it has been doing for these weekend days, I will very likely be streaming every evening this week, as in European evening, since my husband works late. something not quite right here. Yeah, I forgot one. Did I do that? Is that redundant? No, it isn't, because of that little tiny corner bit there. But anyways, yes, sleep better. Me stream every European evening this week, hopefully. Caledon very skilled at speaking caveman. And in terms of ending times, I expect that I will be ending the streams around somewhere between 10 and 1. That would be 10 p.m. and 1 a.m. Central European time. Which then would be 9 or midnight in UTC or GMT or whatever you might fancy in regards to measuring your chronometers with. Also, why don't we use the word chronometer instead of clock? Clock sounds so dull in comparison to a chronometer. There we go. That's door / ceiling in place. Oh, yeah. In regards to the metal pillars on the corners, what I did there was basically just stand up here-ish. Make sure that it does that. Pull it to the edge of that foundation. One over and one more out. As you can see, that gives you the location where you want it at. To place down the windows first. Have I mentioned lately how much I miss Smart? Didn't think so. guys are eerily quiet today. Wait, did I remember to... Well, you know, Caledon, it doesn't help. You can't look around the corner. I didn't remember. You actually have to fly around the corner. With the shot, though. I like those new catwalks. They look better than the old ones. The old ones had those annoying holes. And for reference, the old ones, they look like this. So if I were to build the T-crossings instead of the catwalks, you'd get those little holes there. And you also get the handy ability to be able to run through that hole in the fence and fall down there if you feel like it. Which is another reason to like these new catwalks. Unless, of course, you're fond of flying out over huge ledges like that, and then having to go through great pains to get your inventory back. I think that's one of the most important things update 4 added for me was the hover pack. Since if I had been building this building here without the hover pack, I do not dare to even start guessing how many times I would have fallen down by now. Not an insignificant amount of times. Oh, and the balconies, they are not just for the aesthetics, they are also for being able to exit the building quickly when using the hover pack. So the fact that they also give a sense of decoration to the building, that was just a happy coincidence. I added the catwalks as an afterthought because originally I used the this one, but I felt it looked very weird to have just a door like that leading to a drop. So I replaced it with the gate wall and gate hole wall, to be more specific. And then added the catwalk outside, so that it's possible to use it as a vantage point. I think so. Several people have mentioned how they have also been annoyed by the fact that Update 5 added iron plates to the building cost of foundations. I find that I'm far more annoyed by the addition of silica to the building of windows. Because it means I have to have one more thing in the building train that I'd really rather not have. That should be flying high enough that I can add the final level without much issue, which is good. Oh. Now I do like playing with always day, but I have to admit that this is very pretty. The lighting in this game, albeit without fog, but the lighting in this game is really pretty. They've done a good job with that. Now that is not that pretty, but it's not as bad as it used to be. Like, this doesn't hurt, like, it doesn't give me pain in my eyes like it used to do before Update 5. So they've definitely improved the lighting in terms of less lens flare as well. Good evening, Ontario. Welcome. Just having to clean off my glasses here. Ironically, looking at the light from the sun made me aware of spots on the glass. That is much better. Something going on here. Is that the same down here? Wait. Is one of these... I think that one is redundant. It is. Is that how I built it down there? Apparently I have done this the wrong way around here. The correct way would have been to not have that, but to have this. That look better? Yes, that looks more like it. Okay, I've done that wrong with all of them. Not that it's a huge deal, but now that I've seen it, it's going to annoy me if I don't do anything with it, so I'm going to have to fix it. So... that one redundant. Hello, Pobcack. Pobcack. I mangled the pronunciation of your nickname. My apologies, but hopefully you will forgive me. Yeah, one of them was supposed to be 5. I did all of them 6. For some reason. You're getting miffed off with this username? Well, I can just call you Pebcack. Aren't you allowed to change or change it back? Or is there some time limit or something to when you're allowed to change your nick? JP. You'll probably have to remind me a couple of times. But it should eventually sit. 2 months. And I'm guessing that sending a support ticket to Twitch and asking them if they would be so kind as to grant you a nick change isn't going to work. I mean, Twitch being Twitch and all that. You've already tried. Good. But then again, maybe not so good, as since you say that you've already tried, you might have received the response, no, you'll have to wait. We cannot take responsibility for what you have done while being drunk or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. That. Okay, I might need to change the battery on my headset soon. It's basically the floor done. We have to place down the smelters. Why did I lose power there? Oh, I know why I lost power there. I haven't completed the power rings. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better very soon. Okay, I need to finish the power ring, because that was just annoying. Thank you. It is definitely the most elaborate thing that I've done so far in Satisfactory. And I realized that maybe placing down that lamp at the time I did might have not been the best of ideas. Because I'm not going to be able to actually hit the power connector without removing the foundation above. I think I might have placed some of those incorrectly. I shall have to go back and investigate. That's correct. No, I didn't. Okay, there we go. Remove that one. This too could benefit from some kind of copy-paste system. Since I mentioned it earlier. I'll go back and replace the foundations when I'm done hooking everything up. Good evening, COS18. Pleasure to see you. I am in a particularly insane mood, as proven by this hexagonal building that I've built just for smelting.
As a rule, I don't sprout tentacles, but in your case, I'll make an exception.
Bobcac has been knighted.
Thank you so much for the tier 2 subscription, Bobcac. That is very appreciated. JP. There we go, JP. I remembered. Only took me a couple of seconds to process. This is the most involuted build that I've done so far in Satisfactory by far. But I guess after 3,000 some hours, it's time that I too start doing the ultimate crazy stuff. And I didn't just want to build a box full of smelters. Do something different. It's this hexagonal shaped smelting array building. Where I have all of the smelters facing inwards with the inputs at the outside. I'm not sure how I'm going to take stuff up and down, but this has taken me a couple of hours to build. Or to experiment with. It's going to process, oh geez. 2,880 iron and so 4,320 ore is what it's going to process. Total of 1,440 copper and 2,880 iron. It's ye old good spot in the northern forest. I don't want to send ore out into the train logistics network, because that seems redundant. So I'm doing smelting on site, since the ore patches in Satisfactory are infinite. It doesn't really make sense to make dedicated smelting outposts here. Whereas if you were playing Dyson Sphere Program or Factorio, it would very much make sense to make dedicated smelting outposts. Because it would be annoying to have to move the smelting around everywhere. That comes later. But yes, I will probably not alloy it, but pure. Because even though the alloy is a better recipe, the pure one is the best recipe, since water is infinite, copper ore isn't. But at the stage I am at now in the game, why bother? I might do the Caterium pure though. I don't mind building pipe. I mean, you've watched Andrew. Nah, pipes are fine. This was more of a pain to build than building pipe. Trust me. This was more fun to build than placing pipe. That's definitely something that should be mentioned. But I don't mind building pipe. I've kind of gotten used to it thanks to my adventures with aluminium builds. Now that the water extractors snap, that definitely helps. Before the water extractors snapped, then I hated building. Not necessarily pipes, but pipes that was going to transport water annoyed me. Because the water extractors would always look so disorganized. No matter how much I tried, there was always something off with them. Yes, I believe that you would know the pain of a radial build. I've seen some of your work. Can't afford, huh? I spent a fair amount of resources. I'm not sure I want to do aluminium at any point at all, to be honest. I know I'm going to have to make more aluminium on this map at some point, but I think I can say very honestly that I'm not a fan of aluminium. It's nice when it works, but it's the pain of getting it to work. I mean, the aluminium that I have here on this save, it isn't that elaborate. I have... How much do I have down there? I'm using the nodes up here, but I don't think that I have them... There's 4 nodes down there. I don't remember their tiers. That is a very generous offer of you. So resource nodes, bauxite, no. Yes, I'm using 2 pure and 1 normal bauxite. That's 600, 600. 480? At 1440? I really don't remember. OBS really doesn't want to catch a window when it is not on the main monitor. And now it doesn't want to catch it at all. Ah. There. Ooh, the lag. This is actually getting quite... I have a lot of stuff on this map already. In little outposts here and there. How much aluminium am I producing? Because I have that normal node over there, which is producing 300 per minute. This one is producing 600, and this one is producing 600. And it's all going down here into 10 refineries making sloppy alumina. It's then converted into an insane amount of aluminium scrap to the electrode recipe. I think I have 50 smelters. I'm not doing the optimal one, which would be to use foundries. .2 casings per minute, 20 sheets per minute, and 120 batteries per minute, and 60 heat sinks. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. So what I'm producing here is a lot of alclad aluminium sheet, as you can see. 20 times 30, so that's 600, I think. And why is there missing? Have I managed to deconstruct one of these? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not entirely sure why there's a gap between that one and that one. But yeah, I'm producing 600 casings and 600 sheets per minute. Yeah, of course. And I mean, this is not going to be enough. But the thing here was that since it's unevenly distributed, I have to use sinks, 5 of them. So I'm constantly sinking aluminium scrap as long as the smelters are actually making ingots, which they currently are not, because the aluminium casings are being taken by rain over to here, and then that's being used to make radio control units. That's the only thing that I'm using them for currently, and I'm not syncing the RCUs, so there's a lot of power lines that I can take. Yeah, I was a bit worried about syncing the final products, because the thing here is that everything has to work perfectly all the way down the line. And since the scrap is coming out on 1 belt per 2 refineries, there's 5 belts of scrap going here. So I found that using a stack of 5 smart splitters there was the solution that I picked to make sure that this thing worked. And this was back in update 4 when we had the 2% bug with the pipes. I'm sure that if I moved these sinks over to sink sheets and casings, it would work as intended now. By the way, Krashafa, when you build radial builds, does the foundations make insane flickering disturbances on your computer as well? Like that? Just if the game isn't able to decide which one is on top. Yeah, that's my main issue with a radial build I've found. What I'm doing here is using flat roofs and that made it not flicker. Because as you can see, the roofs do not make that incessant flickering. Yeah, it's definitely worse with update 5. I would normally use glass anyways, but I did try the glass foundations first, and those had that same insane flickering, so I just thought, let's try it with a roof, and it worked, much to my satisfaction, I guess. Pun intended. Because I would have gone slightly more crazy than I already am if I had to watch that flickering all the time. And I would be worried about the viewers as well. Because that flickering is probably enough to, like, if it's fine over there, but if everything here was doing that flickering thing, that would probably be worrying for people who are prone to having epileptic seizures. That's what it's called, right? Epileptic seizures? Found only 3 combinations of the overlap doors when it doesn't flicker as bad. Sheesh. Yeah, I hope they fix that. That was one of the reasons why I tried experimenting with Vulkan and DirectX 12. It flickers just as bad both with Vulkan and DirectX 12 as it does with DirectX 11. But Vulkan definitely improved the usage of GPU, so that was something. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? This is the first time that I'm actually doing something radial. And the reason why I haven't done radial before is this. Because I'm not prone to any kind of epileptic seizure or anything like that. It's just annoying. But it's fine out in the corners. I'm not going to be there very often, so... And most of the time, this is something that I'm going to be looking at from the outside, not the inside. Right. I think we need to go back to the hub and pick up supplies. Why on earth have you been so quiet, Wally? I get worried when you are that quiet. I mean, you've had so many opportunities to troll me, and nothing. Doing stuff. Okay. I don't want Dixper. Well, I could add Dixper, apparently, since you can remove the jump scares. But I don't want jump scares. I detest jump scares myself, and if you look at the tags, the stream, I also have chilled, which is very much on purpose. But having the Satisfactory stuff with Dixper, that could have been amusing. You guys randomly making me fly backwards or falling off things. Not that I'm not able to fall off things on my own. I don't think I need your help to do that, but I'm sure you might appreciate the opportunity. But I've actually, seriously considered adding into the title no Dixper so that people are aware that I don't have Dixper, so it's like a safe zone to come in from all of those jump scares. Like, I really love watching both Runesun and Andrew, but the Dixper thing is... like, I get the jump scares when they get the jump scares, and I don't like being jump scared. So there's a trade-off there. You lose audience members while you're using it who do not deal well with jump scares. But, and that is an important thing for me, I'm not doing this streaming thing the income. And Dixper definitely is a good income source. So anyone who does streaming for income purposes, I have full understanding that they're using Dixper. Because a lot of people seem to love it. And if there's one thing that I've noticed from being a content creator, whether or not it has been YouTube or Twitch, it is that the audience usually loves to watch us content creators suffer. Yeah, that's also an issue for me because I like to do shoutouts. I should do some of those now. And I've had those jump scare shoutouts appear a couple of times in those clips. Now, nobody has complained about it, but since I know that I have people in my audience who can get health triggers, like, for instance, fibromyalgia from things like that, that is one of the reasons why I'm so reluctant to have things with loud noises and so forth in my stream. Usually the loudest thing you would hear here would be my laughter, which I suppose can be loud enough, since I have noticed that sometimes it goes all the way up on the top red. Yes, Wally, of course you do. But speaking of which, 2 seconds. Now, fair warning, there might appear some jump scares. So be aware of that. We'll start out with Krashafa. I think that was an old clip, but it was fairly amusing that your screen turned black right after it said fuse broken. Then we can do... that was yesterday? Oh. Wait, now that you mention it, I can't remember having... Did you add the camera recently? Because I don't think that I have... Yes. That's why. Let's do Wally next. It was
Is it time to go to kill some?
I think so. Die! Die! Oh, Jesus.
Oh, I'm so glad you invited.
That would be Peps, by the way. Also one of my moderators. Die! Die! Anyone else that I didn't remember? I don't want to shout out people who are not... I mean, I see a couple in chat, but I don't want to shout them out in case they don't want to be shouted out. That Twitch thing where you don't greet someone in chat unless they have greeted you first, kind of thing. Peps does that die thing very convincingly, doesn't he, Wally? It's almost worrying. Yeah. Didn't really desire anyone to shout at, but now that you're here... Good evening, by the way. Welcome. I mean, I have Wally here. Fire Razor. Yeah. I liked when people add it's German. Jesus Christ, Wally. I'm sorry for laughing there, but that's probably the most inappropriate thing you ever said in my chat. I'm sorry. No. Just the connotations of what you said there. Oh. I might have a terrible sense of humor indeed, Quad, but I also do have a very, very finely tuned sense of black humor. Probably too black for most people. Oh, that actually gave me tears in my eyes. So definitely too black for most people. My sense of humor is not for everyone. But to explain why I have that sense of humor, it is because it has been a coping mechanism for periods in my life where things have been fairly rough. Deaths and things like that, and black humor has been a very good way for me to cope with those periods. Correct. Anyhow, as I was saying, welcome Fire Razor, and thank you for doing the shout out, Wally. And also, I like it when people add a face cam to their stream. Krashafa. There is something. I mean, depends on the game. Some games are better viewed without face cams. Okay, Fire Racer, thank you so much for lurking, though, and also for popping in. So yeah, some games are better to watch without a cam, but in general, I like that. I guess you could say it's kind of like a connection in terms of you know who you are watching. Makes it more, yeah, makes it more personal. Yeah, unlike Gizmo, who thinks I'm talking to him when I'm streaming, so he'll come and bother me as much as he can. Cats are not always more intelligent than dogs. Gizmo is a prime example of this. I think I've seen the doggo cam now that you mentioned. But I haven't been able to catch many of your streams. And I wonder, now that I'm thinking about it, let me just check something. The game is autosaving anyways. Because I have a sneaking suspicion. No, I am following you. Then I guess I just haven't been able to catch you. Yeah. Been streaming very intermittently, I see, just like I did this summer. You have a good point there. I do have the excuse that I have a cat, and it's that specific cat that I'm bad-mouthing. But I do love the little stupid thing to bits. He doesn't have to be intelligent to be lovable. And occasionally, when food or treats is involved, he's very intelligent. So I guess you'd say that he's selectively intelligent. I don't think I'm going to have any smelters on this floor, because I have 3 floors of smelters now. It's basically the roof. I have no idea what I'm going to put up here. How high up am I? Yeah, radar. This needs to be smarter than Caledon. Yeah, well, let me help you. That doesn't take much. That was what you were thinking, right? So used to being trolled by my moderators that now I'm starting trolling. Now I have started trolling myself on their behalf. Which I'm guessing suits Wally just perfectly, since he's lazy. Means he doesn't have to make the effort. Ah, the doors doesn't open. The drones just fly through. They do open for trains, though. So that's something, at least. Well, you guys have actually not been sassing me very much lately, so... Train plus multi-door works, but I can already give you one hint. In regards to that. Normally when I build trains, I always build them at the middle of a foundation like this. If you want to use multi-doors, you want to build them on the middle of the seam. Because, well, I'm sure you can see why. If I had the track here and the door. The train will clip in there. So, if you want to have 2 doors going opposite of one another, you'd want the track to come in on there. Which I don't like having the train tracks on the seams, I like having the tracks on the middle of the foundation. I should add TTS. As a command, I mean. I should also add the power grid, but... That's a good point, Sniper Chris. I didn't actually think of that. You can move the doors half a block. But then my sense of symmetry would get disturbed. But I actually tried that down there. That's how I know it works. Because I used the auto gates. And I tested to see if the train would open the gates when it came close enough, and it does. Both in reverse and in forward. They're a little bit annoying to stack on top of one another. But basically just build a wall above and the gate below and go upwards, and that's the way to do that, as I'm sure you're probably quite aware of, AP. I did eat
As a
dinner.
rule, I don't sprout tentacles, but in your case, I'll make an exception.
Quadrotas HAS Knighted 2 Citizens.
Thank you so much, Quad. But that's not sassing me. What have I done to deserve this? Very, very, very much appreciated. You and Doris have had quite a lot of conversations the past couple of days. Yes. Did you see? Yeah, you must have, because I think you were the one that posted it. One with the guy falling down through 500 doors? Something? Parachute? It's a very bizarre thing to... And I did watch the entire thing, because it was mesmerizing. People do the strangest things in this game, don't they? Because we can. I think I'm on the wrong hotbar. Don't want to place a wall signal. Lock signal. Ah. Right. Yeah. Yeah, that would make sense. In terms of that being utterly annoying to do. For some reason, the Godfather tune played in my head there. I've no idea why. Can't afford. I need quick wire of all things. Yeah, but that's fine. I can place down the lights last this time. Two, three, four. I really like the sound of the Blade Runners. My lips are really dry today. You guys have been noticing me nibbling away at them. Should not throw anything away. Yeah, that was actually my plan. Having it as a channel redeem rather than a command, because I've been in Liam's streams and he has it as a command, and he also has all kinds of TTS called. You can he has added the ability so that you can use all of the parameters which the Google TTS enables you to do. Change the pitch, speed that the announcer or whatever you would call it speaks in, and so forth. It's quite neat, but it can get very tedious when 10 people decides to go bonkers with it all at once. Saves the streamer from talking, although. But for now, I have the I have TTS on all of the like bits and subscriptions and stuff like that, donations. And I constantly keep forgetting it, so when someone subscribes and they have a custom message, I will try to talk at the same time as the text-to-speech. Old age does that to you. Get forgetful. No. Again, trolling myself on behalf of my moderators so they don't have to do any work. Come on. Imagine watching Andrew's streams if he had 5-minute autosaves enabled. You'd have 5 minutes of gameplay, 5 minutes of rating, 5 minutes of gameplay, and 5 minutes of rating. Make for a very interesting stream. And yes, for those who are not aware, Andrew's factory takes 5 minutes, and that is not an exaggeration. It is actually 5 minutes for one save. It does have a couple of objects. There we go. And I can put these back on, and I'm probably going to fall off the world now. Maybe not the world, but the factory. I mean, I don't have any fences, and I am very good at finding places to fall down. It's actually one of my specialties in this game. Come on. Thank you. If you fall tentacle, you can mine, smelt, and assemble your own tentacle plants. This is a good point. It's one of the better ones you've made, Quad. Oh, sorry, the Buttspot made that point. Yes, I suppose I could smelt some titanium. Well, maybe someone else would have to do it on my behalf, because I'm not sure I would be able to do it myself. Buttspot is an excellent thing. I've had him around for a while. And while, of course, the default butting he does of everything is amusing, I felt that tentacles was more appropriate for this place. After all, what does a Lord of Tentacles want with butts? Don't answer that. Yes, that seems very fitting. In your case, that would have been, if you fall howl, you can mine, smelt, and assemble your own howltanium howlum plants. Yeah, I should do that with my bots. One of them, at least. I need to stand up. This repetitive work is not good for my neck. You often feel a big Lebowski, like, shut up, Donny. Well, you can always tell Buttspot to shut up. He will give you, he will reply to that. I think if you write Buttspot shut up, I think he will reply. I don't remember the triggers, but there are triggers that Buttspot will reply to. One of them is just a happy smiley. No, that is to make him ignore you altogether. That one was just brilliant. Rarely have I seen a more fitting butification of a statement than that, or tentaclification in this case. Let's see, that spot, shut up. Tentaclet spot, shut up. Let's see, that spot, triggers. I'm but bot. I say but. Yeah, here. So it'll respond to no. It'll respond to... He should respond to but about. But it might be that he's just being quiet at the moment. I apparently can't type. So he will respond with nice emojis. Funnily enough, to find out what he responded to, I actually had to look up the GitHub repository for the code. Yes. I'm used to it, Gord, don't worry. I'm used to being sassed. Seems to be a favorite pastime of all my moderators and a couple of members of my audience as well. And the worst thing, or the best thing, is that I seem to enjoy it too. What more can you ask for? Come on. You can ask for the game actually being able to figure out that I'm trying to connect to the power connection, apparently. Only verbally. Then again, I've just spent the entire day building a hexagonal building in Satisfactory. Yes, there might be something to it in that sense too. I need to take a break to lower my shoulders, I think. Otherwise I'm going to have a pretty bad... I'm glad that you're able to do your best, at least, at ignoring it. Haven't you heard of superglue, Krashafa? I have some very powerful superglue in this factory. What we need, though, which I hope they will give us, is quarter foundations. That would be nice. I know there's a mod that does that, don't remember the name of it, but having quarter foundations in the game, not in a mod, I would be very much in favor of that. Well, it would have to have the same texture as the foundations. Otherwise, yes, you are right, but I mean, why would I want to place... yeah, I don't think that's going to be that easy. Because I could do that. It's kind of... Actually, it doesn't look that bad. But it would be a nightmare to place it there, so I would have to zoop it in. Yeah, they did add beams, I know. And I do love the beams. I may have used a couple of them down here. Not many, mind you, but a few. And I intend to add beams on this construction. Well, just haven't gotten around to that part yet. Come on. Wow! What have I done now? Also, thank you for the compliment. I mean, yes, I am a monster. I am the Lord of Tentacles, and Lord of Tentacles would usually be considered monsters by mortal beings. No, I do not want the foundation. I want the gate all. So I should put down these as well. But if you want, I can borrow or lend you some super glue so you can place your power connectors on the glass as well if you want to. Just trying to be helpful. Not sure why I'm doing it that way, since that takes more clicks than doing it this way. Apparently I forgot to add the basic walls down there. that, and then these two. And that's the 3 levels that I need in this facility. Now I do need some materials and stuff for lamps and so forth. This is definitely an... Ow, ow, ow. Definitely the most interesting building that I've built so far in terms of architectural inspiration. Not sure. Thank you. I like this song, by the way. Yes, several times. And now that the dedicated servers have arrived, that would be very fun to do. Hello, train menu. Titan Forest sites. Trains out here? No. Do rubber. Then we'll do R&D. Not sure why that is circled with orange. There might be a train in there. Those we cannot do because there are trains in there, but we can do the Hamburg Hauptbahnhof. That should suffice, I think. Have to dock. Something very strange about this train. That helps. I shall return in 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll start to have a look at where we are going to take the ore up into this new construction of mine, which I'm sure will be an interesting little daunting project, which I'm sure I'm going to also have lots and lots of fiddling with. So, I shall see you very soon. Thank you all for waiting. That was a nice little break. This one is going to the rubber station. Can I make it go to station 20? I was probably going to stop and complain bitterly about next stop being invalid, as expected. So I shall have to drive it manually then. Welcome back, JP, and if you would be so kind as to send me a message about that, Prashava, because I am very prone to forget that. Although I have more than enough to do here, as is currently. I'm not sure I could commit to anything currently. I always have D&D turned on. It's to suppress any notifications. When you are in D&D mode, you don't get any notifications. That sounds fun. Yeah, that's something that I actually should mention. Feel free to DM me on Discord whenever. I'm always in D&D mode, not because I do not want to be disturbed, but because I don't want to be disturbed, but not by humans. It's kind of annoying if I get messages while I'm streaming, and I always also have Windows in Focus Assist mode, so that I don't get, because I don't like the notifications. Doodly-doo. A Windows update needs to be downloaded. Sure. Go away. I don't think I have any quick wire in the train. No, I don't. This is one way to add power when you need to get across something. I have 40 left. I can just ditch that. 1, 2, 5, 6. Apparently there's bees down there. Which phases in and out. Where I suppose I could add that here. Or yeah. 1 stack of iron plate. Not sure why I'm carrying around those aluminium casings. I really need to make a mall somewhere. But I guess that is what comes next. Because all of the stuff that is in the hub currently, I intend to convert into a smelting array over here, and then move all of the production of the stuff that are being produced here out into the wild. Yeah, Cobalt has rather nice mole actually. Meep. 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 Two, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 14, 16. Yeah, well, I'd need to make... What on earth have I done here? Why have I done this? This is heretical. Oh well, it's temporary. To do that, I would have to make my most dreaded adversary in the game. Batteries. And I'm not ready for that yet. That requires a certain amount of mental preparation. Yes, squad. Yes. Why on earth would I need moles in my mall? I just detest making batteries. This is one of the most dreary things I can think of. Toss that away. I guess I've been damaged by that aluminium plant out there. I spent nearly 30 hours getting that thing to work. And that's even with having done aluminium before in update 4. But the pipe bug annoyed the crap out of me. Yeah, you can stop honking at me. Yeah. Particularly the cassette tapes. Yes, I'm using wastewater. Everything is... what's it called? I can show you. Just remind me that I need to pick up steel beams. So these first 3 refineries, they are taking water from that dedicated pipe coming from down there with those 4 water extractors. And the rest of the 7 other refineries are taking water from the 10 electrode aluminium scrap refineries, which should be 1050. And that I'm running in a circular loop to balance off with pump on that side and a pump on the other side to make sure that the water is pushed out and then it goes down and into these 7 refineries here, which handily enough requires exactly 1500. Now that I have this working, it is very quick for me to set it up again. Like, I spent so much time on this that this is like I know this by heart now, and by pushing the water out in that loop, it means that I don't have to have anything else here. I don't have to set up something like, say, wet concrete, because 1500 water, that is a lot of water to use. Is it 1500? I think it is. It's 1050, so I'm not sure. Have I underclocked something? No, because it's 7 of them, of course. 1050. And working with 10s, like 10 refineries of sloppy alumina, 10 refineries of electrode aluminium scrap, seems to be the most useful ratio to work with. This is how my aluminium plant looks, basically.
As a rule, I don't sprout tentacles, but in your case, I'll make an exception.
Sol Adams is now a Knight Templar for 8 months. Still PG Salty got robbed of the Unstone badge because my salary was 2 days late.
Thank you so much for the 8 months, Sol Adams. Yes, you're allowed to be salty for that. Not many get that badge. I mean, it's like 12 people or something? I don't remember. It's highly limited. But now that I got this thing working, I'm generally happy with it. The only thing that I'm doing, which you shouldn't do in this setup, is what I'm doing here. You should not feed liquid from below. You should always feed liquid from either on level or above. So that's the potential flaw that I have with this setup. But it seems to work in general. Here now, it occasionally goes idle, and I think it wouldn't have gone idle if I had fed the alumina solution from either on level or above. So if I were to rebuild this, or when I am to build this again, then I'll do that differently. Not entirely sure how, because I don't like the pipes being messy. Having it fed from under here gives it a very tidy and organized look. I'm not entirely sure how to do that, but I suppose what I could have done is to yeah, that's what I'm doing with other things. I'm sorry to hear that, Liam, and thank you so much for the host. That's what I've done out there. That's a waterfall, basically. But I'm also using fluid tanks, fluid buffers on every level, just to ensure that it never turns off, since it's the power generators. Apparently I do not have consistent power running out of this thing. And this place needs decoration. I sorely need to decorate this in some way with the new architecture stuff. But in this, I'm pushing the liquids up. In the central locations. Where? Yeah, I'm actually underfeeding the oil here, which I shouldn't be doing. I should have overfeed it, but this works very reliably. And it is fully ratioed. However, one thing that I did do is that I think that the amount of fuel that I make is sufficient for 38 point something generators. I'm making 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's 400 per. Yeah, you see, the pipeline is going out of the blenders, down, and then it goes into 2 fluid buffers on each side, and then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 levels, so it's 30 fuel generators for 400. These take 12 per minute, so 400 divided by 12 is, yeah. So I have 3.33 generators too little, so I'm actually overproducing fuel. So I have several redundancies in this fuel plant generation area or power generator to ensure that it always runs. And all of these fluid buffers, the way that I did this was that I allowed all of the fluid buffers to fill up completely before I connected any of the generators. Yes, I like that is part of why I like Satisfactory, that I can have as much pollution as I want and I don't have to worry about hordes and crap coming to tear down my stuff. I like to build. I don't like to fight. But another way that I'm also using the buffers is out at the blubber facility, where I'm using the buffers at the top. That's what I should have been doing with the oil at the fuel generator plant. But I can revisit that after I've picked up the stuff that I need to pick up for the building train. I can show you how I'm using. What am I doing here? Oh, that's where. It's the holy site of Wally. So this is the heresy place. This requires something. No! Get it right. Yeah, you're right. You do. I don't think I want that kind of foundation style. There we go. Everybody knows where Wally is. Happy, Wally? It's in an out of the place, unnoticeable location where nobody will notice you. The sun is going down as well. If I take those and yep, that'll work. Then I can put those in here. Ecstatic, well done. This one is full. I need more concrete. Yeah, I know what I need. Straight. You're definitely visible up there, Wally. As was the intention. And I have no idea why you wouldn't want to yell that, Soul Adams. One thing that makes me a bit sad, though, is that in Warhammer 3, which is upcoming, the Total War Warhammer 3, where you get to play the various 4 Chaos factions, the Khorne faction seems to be the least powerful one, because, well, basically they are melee units. And melee in Warhammer, or Total War Warhammer? Nah. Not that I'm complaining, because my favorite faction is going to be the most powerful one by far, which would be Tzeentch. Your point is invalid. But that's why you're a heretic. Did I bring rotors this time? I did. Ranald isn't a chaos god. Ranald is a benevolent god. Your point is still invalid. Especially since I'm planning to make a multi-level smelting facility there, which means you are going to be in the way. Happy? I wish I could put a hypertube cannon down there. It's definitely the area of heresy. Visible heresy. Did I have silica in any of the other wagons? I think I... Yeah, I think I've used it all. Cable. How much cable do I have in here? Plenty. Do I have iron rods? Yes, I have plenty of iron rods. I think I have most of what I need. One thing that I could use more of is copper sheet. I suppose I can go pick up that as well. don't think that I'm going to build anything that requires pipe yet. That's coming soon, Quad. They have a Fixmas, it's what it's called. And I didn't get to participate in it last year. I don't remember what I was busy doing that back then. I think I was burnt out on Satisfactory at the time. I think I was playing Dyson Sphere Program, wasn't I? But yeah, it isn't a mod. It's going to. Would you stop projecting your heresy onto me? It's a seasonal event. Well, there's not much snow, but you get Christmas trees and snowballs. And those snowballs were frequently used to kill IT machinists back in the Shenanigans series that Wally did. Much to my amusement, I should add. I think I got too many of them now. Because I don't want to go around carrying all that copper sheet. There are snow machines. Well then. If we go to the plastic, I'll show you, Krishafa, what I did with the buffers out there. Fixmas seemed like quite a bit of a chore. But I was definitely burnt out on Satisfactory at the time. And I didn't really have any interest in the event back then. But it's very likely that I'll play the event this year. Yeah, I'm kind of liking that hexagonal thing up there. It is very visible in the landscape. And the lights underneath there helps as well. I suppose I could build it taller too if I wanted to, but I'm not sure. I mean, there is Caterium, which I could also be processing up there, but the Caterium I want to do in refineries, and that would be annoying. To put those inside that. The refineries are too tall for the building as well. And I should add the other walls to this building here as well at some point, but that can wait. So this pipeline here and the one over there takes oil up to the top level of this building. And then I take it into fluid buffers, which are located above the input of the refineries. So that is what I should have been doing in both the aluminium plant and the fuel generator power plant. But I'm doing the same on every level here, actually. I'm using the fluid buffers to make sure that I always have a buffer of liquid. This one, for instance, is buffering the fuel that is needed for the recycled recipes. And I have the same over there, the same on this level, although here I haven't got them hanging down from the ceiling. Here they're, as you can see, on pillars instead. This level, and this facility has been made very specifically in mind that it's producing from top down. So heavy oil residue on top level, which goes down to the level where I'm producing the diluted fuel. The water comes up, and again I'm using the same system of buffer for the water. And then we go down to this level, which has one set of 20 refineries doing recycled plastic and 20 refineries doing recycled rubber. And further down past the train station, there's another level that does the same. And then the belts merge up in this service level here, and then goes into the train platform, so from above and from below. I'm quite happy with this specific building, but the one thing that I am content with how I decorated it in terms of all of the detailing that I've done on the building front. But at the same time, that's why I wanted the hexagonal style of that building up there, because I don't want lots of boxes around the landscape. I need to dock, which might be a bad idea. Let me just check that both of these... This one is set to unload. And it's full. And this one should also be set... Yes, okay, so it's safe to dock. And if anyone is wondering why I am docking, it is because otherwise the autopilot will not function until I have docked the train. It will say invalid station, since I never docked it at the station it wanted to go to, which was that one. I could have, but then again, we all need to find our own styles and our own, like, if we all built the same, that would be kind of boring as well. But I really like the waterfall idea. I guess that's kind of what I did with the on a very low level scale with the fuel generation stuff, but that was, it's not even near your waterfall style. Which it shouldn't be either. I hope I deconstructed that train up here. Yes, I did. What do I have in my inventory now? I don't remember what I needed up there. I need a quick wire. Probably could take... Why am I bringing around that? There is a reason for that, but I don't remember what. Oh, it's the signs. That's why I'm bringing around that. Might be a little bit overkill to have 600 of them, but what the heck. 800, as a matter of fact. Oh, absolutely. I agree with you on that one, Christopher. But that's also kind of the thing with boxes. There are only so many variations you can make out of boxes. Then again, there's also only so many variations you can make out of a hexagon. And so forth. But we all definitely have our own individual touches to things. And that is something that I really enjoy. Okay, so what I wanted to do here is... Can I hide this away somewhere? Yes, exactly, Horst. Factory design challenges, that sounds fun. Okay, these are 5. I don't think I'm going to do this on all of the sides just yet, but I just want to test to see what it looks like here. Although there isn't really any good location for me to put these. Unless I put 2 of them. Why not? How the heck was I able to do that? I have no idea what that thing is snapping to, but it's definitely not snapping to what I want it to snap to. Fish factory. That thing's loud. Fish factory. That sounds very intriguing. I'm not that fond of building in water, but I would like to... It's not something that I would participate in, but it's definitely something that I would watch. No, I can't have beams going... I can, but then I need to have 2. Exactly, God, exactly. What does that look like, though? I know it's going to look uneven, but that will look even. Then I don't need 2 of these. Thank you. Eh? See here. I don't know why it's making that way. Nor am I allowed to... Can you not do that, please? Can you just make it a straight beam? Thank you very much. For some reason it definitely wants to be vertical. Oh, it's because of that. No. Still wants to do it like that. That looks weird. Why does it want to do it like that? Doesn't even make sense. What? Me not understand. I have no idea why it's doing that. And I can't make it not do it. Because it even does it in freeform mode. Oh well. I guess I just won't have any beams going down there then. Let me remove those additional cubes because I don't need them after all. Are you going to start that as well now? I tried to explain to the other people that heresy is defined by me, or rather the God Emperor. It's not healthy for your spiritual life to try to define heresy on behalf of the God Emperor. Those are a bit cute though. I think I want to keep them. But only on those levels. Or only these. Why do you consider beams heresy, by the way? You're not a fan of the beams? I'm not a huge fan of Hershey. Or Hershey's, I suppose. Q Wally telling me that I'm a heretic. Yeah, I like the beams quite a bit. Okay, let's see here. If I now I should turn off freeform. Now this upper layer of beams I'm going to have to remove again. So this is just for the visuals now, because I want to see what it looks like. The reason why I have to remove it is because I can't... If I try to snap a wall up here, well, yeah, you see what happens. It gets very finicky. No, I couldn't place a beam there because that does... Oh, for crying out loud. Are you going to do that all over the place now? Oh. Ah, you wish. Kind of looks interesting, but I don't like the fact that it's not aligned. And you can see the seam. If you hold down the control key... Okay, I hope you are right, because that would make my life a little bit easier. Thank you. Much appreciated. I suppose I can have beams here as well then. I don't really need to make a lot of different ones. Oh, perfect. I have gathered. No need for modesty. You happen to be in the wrong location. I think that's all. think that's generally how most of us function, though, JP. Yeah, that's acceptable, I think. The only thing that I feel would be missing is... That annoys me a bit. That I have to remove them, otherwise the thingy sticks out of the wall. Let's just test that. In case I like it, let's put it on all of them. I do like it. And I suppose I could like do some kind of decoration like this, but somehow I feel that's too much. Or I could make it the opposite. I feel that is too much as well. Keep it simple, stupid. Apparently we're going to have a short trip to the ground. And get stuck in something. I'm not going to decorate all of the sides like this now, but that was an interesting little thing to do. Now, in regards to the belts with the ore, I was thinking that copper is there and the other one is behind there, so these two should be copper. Isn't that a cute little sign? Not that I can make it because I don't have the quartz crystal with me, even though I have a lot of it down in the train. That doesn't help me very much right now. Is there something I can do quickly to designate that this is going to be copper, I wonder? Yeah. I can put one of these here and here. And then the other 4 will be iron. Now for each mine I need 3 lifts coming up and I need 3 lifts going down. How do I do that in the... That is always a good question. I was thinking earlier that I could just place 3 lift holes like that. But that isn't going to work unless I then pull it out, and it's also going to ruin my walk path. So that is not something that I want to do. What I could do, however, is take up here But that is only going to work for... No. If, but only if, it allows me to put down... That's going to be extremely finicky. If I remove that... Okay. If I do that... What I can do here is that I can have 3 lifts going upwards and just take them out on the respective level, so first level, second level, third level. But it's going to be interesting to get the belts out here. Not entirely sure how I'm going to do that. I wish they would give us the ability to hang belts from ceilings. It would make things a lot more interesting. But one thing that I should check before I commit to that is 200. Yeah, it's 240 per, so we need Mark III belt. Is it far enough away? I think it is. Yeah, it's actually too far away, because I don't like seeing the accordion thing, bellows or whatever they're called. So I would actually want to prefer to have them here. You can use the wall mount attachment and hang belts from beams. Now that is a good idea, thank you. That is a very good idea. So the lift hole should be there, there, and there. Now, if I put a lift into there, yeah, that's one problem with this setup here. Okay, I might have to hack that. But isn't that what Satisfactory is all about? Hacking things whenever we need. It still gives me a curved belt, and I don't want a curved belt. So, to avoid a curved belt, I will have that, I think. I think that should fix it. No, even that gives a curved belt. Yeah, well, of course it gives a curved belt, because this is the issue, not that. That thing there is the problem. Do I have to remove the... Does that fix it? I don't know. Might cause problems with the machines. I might actually have to accept curved belts here, now that I consider it, because otherwise I might run into a problem with well, that actually did fix it. But now the question is this attached? Because they're not aligned now. But there's the little curve we had there is now inside of there. Yeah, we'll get around to checking that. Time comes, I suppose. Because if I now put a splitter here, here, and here, then I'm gonna get the curved belt there. It's very mildly curved. Which means it's probably going to be okay. But you know what? I'm not going to bother with removing all of the floor, or rather the roof tiles. So I'm going to have the curve, because that's going to be a bother having to remove that. How many times? 6 times... Yeah, that's 6 times 8 times 3. 144 times? I don't think so. I can live with that little bend on the belt there, rather than have to do that over and over and over again. Do I want to go up one more though? You click N. As in N for Nova. I don't think I want to go up one more because I can barely fly above them then. Yeah, I'll get stuck in things. But is this high enough? You're welcome. It's not just a calculator. You can also like search for, say, iron. It's the quick search thing. It's the fix-it Google. Doesn't give a connect sound. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Woot! I have no idea what you were typing there, Krashafa. They are not connected. And the fact that they are not connected means that I'm going to have to remove those 144. Yay. somehow I feel that this is classic American literature more than European. And thus I should be forgiven. You get the all of the glass, or most of the architectural stuff you get in the Awesome Shop. You have to have a holy heck a lot of coupons to unlock all of it. I think it cost 130 something coupons for me to unlock all of the stuff. Dr. Seuss, yeah, well, I do enjoy Dr. Seuss, but to a certain extent, shall we say. Can I get the connect sound now? They removed the sound. Or it is not connected. It is not connected now either. That is very peculiar. Do I have to have it placed one further back? Indeed I am, Samishi23. Oh. Okay, I have to have it one more back. So I have to accept the fact that I'm going to see the fellows, because now it should work. There we go. Then the question is, will it work if I put down the glass floor? Or rather, roof. You never can tell. No. Now it will not connect anymore. So I have to remove all of the glass roof tiles behind every single one of these. I can imagine anyway, not at that. Catherine pops into your stream, Krashafa? That is very nice. And a compliment as well. She's very... Oh, yes. Yes, she does pop into the stream here every now and then. She's very... particulate about streams. It has to be very chill. She would not be in a... That was why I was a bit curious. She would not be in a Dixper stream. That I can assure you with very, very, very great conviction. Missed survival? I'm not sure what that is. Oh, right. Zombie game. Yeah, now we get the weirdness where it does that. Going to have to be very careful here, I suppose. Yeah, doesn't connect the other way. Nope. This is going to be a minor nightmare, I think. Does it help if I put that there? No. Why would people be surprised by that, though?
Not all who wander are lost.
Thank you so much for the follow, Samishi. Come to this channel as well. I listen to very, very varied music myself. You know what? What I'm going to have to do here, I don't think I like it. I don't think I like it one bit. See, this thing is now floating above the foundation. And to make it not float, I have to remove all of the glass foundations. Glass roofs. So that is a downside. Now it's not floating. Which I suppose means that if I now put down a splitter, it still doesn't connect. Yes, butt spot. Yes. Yes. See, it jumps up and down. It's not a good sign. Now it does not jump up and down. And if I put down a splitter now, oh geez. Okay. I was afraid of that. I can actually solve it one way. Now that I think about it, there's actually one solution to it. Might not be the most elegant solution, but it is a solution. Because I really don't want to have to do all that. As in, replace all of the foundations underneath of the smelters, followed by then replacing them. I'm sure this comes as a huge surprise to everyone that I really don't feel like doing that. I believe that if I do it this way, then I don't need to... yeah, that is not necessary. Then I do 1, 2. 1, 2. And logistics. 4 hole. Okay, that's not going to work. But I am onto something now. If I take it one further back, it's going to have a small bend. And then I can just hook up these like this. Even though I detest having belts on floor level behind my machines. Then I can just why didn't that connect? Mr. Taco! Hi there. Oh, he went that way. Now this works, but it's not my usual... Why is that one straight and the other one's not? It's very peculiar. I mean, I built this one on top of a glass roof thing as well. What is going on here? Does it float? No, it stands still. But nonetheless, that one is in a different location than this one. Which does not make sense. Is it because of that? That doesn't make sense either, because why on earth would that affect... Wait, there's something very strange here. I don't get this. What the actual heck? So, if I just remove the smelters, these things are going to be correct. I know why. The floor level that I'm on now, I placed down all the smelters on that type of foundation. Because originally I built this entire floor on these foundations, the default one, the fix-it foundations. So all of these smelters are on the fix-it. And that half meter there, that's what's causing the issue. I don't know if that will fix the... Yes, exactly, that's exactly what they are. You can see it, because here you can see the leg, but the leg is sunken down here, and that goes for all of the smelters on this level. That is not a huge problem in terms of fixing it, because it only applies to this level. So I just have to deconstruct all of the smelters and replace them and reconnect them to power. which incidentally also fixes the lift issue. I think. I've replaced that smelter now so that it is on the correct level. And the lift connects. Right, so the problem is that I originally built on those foundations and I just have to replace all of the smelters and then it'll work. As for that... Does that work, or is it too close? Do I have to adjust that, or was it just an aberration? It will still give me a crooked belt, which I'm fine with. Now, just to make absolutely sure that it works. I don't want to replace all of the roof tiles. This probably comes as a huge surprise. It is easier to just replace the smelters on this level, because all of the other levels are correct, since in the other levels I actually placed down the smelters on these and not those foundations. So it only affects this level. So, now it works. I just have to replace the smelters. Which is fine. That means I also don't have to have this weird contraption here, and I can also get the various items where I want them. But I think I'll do all of that off stream. I mean, it is not really that entertaining to watch me place down smelters over and over and over and then reconnect them to power. What we can have a quick look... quick look at is getting the iron up here. Ticket farming, yes. I'm very, very content that I had a lot of tickets lying around after I last played on this save, since I'm constantly sinking aluminium scrap and something else in the main base. Baby bore cubes, I think, and rotors and motors. So I had a lot of coupons hanging around, thankfully. Okay, yeah, it's going to be exquisitely entertaining to hook up its beams. Yeah, I cheated in hard drives on this save. I just know. I've had enough of hard drive hunting. Been there, done that several times. How far down do I have to go? $2 actually seemed enough. No, it'll have to be 3 meters. That should then give... Again, with a little bend, but I can live with that, considering convenience it provides. sure why it does that. Probably because it's that. Oh, this thing seems to have certain issues. I could do that. Solid steel. Ah, yes. Absolutely. I'm using mostly alternate recipes. There's a slight variance to curve. I think this will work. Not sure if I want it to be that beam though. Might have this beam. Yeah, definitely. This is a most curious little contraption I've made here. And the question is, can I have another belt side of this? Can I connect that belt gracefully? Can. That. Update 5 really has changed a lot when it comes to building and building styles in the game. Like, this is a massive thing. Just this tiny thing that I've done here is a massive, huge change from how you would usually do these kinds of things. Like, having a belt suspended like this, have to, like for these 3 lifts, I would be having to use this, hanging in mid-air like this, and it looks so freaking ugly. This, on the other hand, actually looks, while it doesn't look exquisitely pretty, it looks a heck of a lot more elegant than this. Now the third belt is also going to be an interesting thing. I'm not sure how to do that. Hold on. There is only one belt. Why am I... Mr. Maizena, hello. Why am I doing like this? I mean, seriously. Now I feel silly. What I can do is take one belt, one Mark V belt coming from one miner, take it up in one simple lift here, then pull the belt through, and at the end here, go up 1 level, and then loop it back to the other side, and then another lift going up to the 3rd level. And then you just have an extended... No, I don't remember the name of it now. Array. I mean, the last few smelters in the line... Manifold, thank you. So the last few smelters in the line will probably struggle a little bit, but since I'm actually using 720 ore, and the capacity of a Mark V belt is 780, I can just clock the miner to just make a little bit extra ore, and it will fill up the manifold quicker, and then thus make it reliable, or I can just let all of the smelters fill up to 100 ingots before I actually hook them up to output. Because that way the manifold will always be functioning. So I don't need 3 lifts. I need 1. Anyhow, let's see here. I have... Beep beep beep, says my headset. Where did it go? There it went. Start with that.
That'll be fun. Oh. Okay.
Interesting.
This way. No. No, train don't give a fuck.
Didn't know that
Train
happened.
don't give a fuck.
I knew... Oh, probably update 5, since I also managed to get myself stuck in between a train or a locomotive and a cargo wagon. And the train brought me with it quite a while. I'm not going to do any kind of overflow manifold. If you just pre-seed the manifolds, they work. The only thing that I do not want to use manifolds on are coal power. Probably also applies to nuclear power, but I don't know because I've never built nuclear power. But at least I know that it does apply to coal power. Using coal power manifolds on coal power plants is a very bad idea. Usually then you end up with 1 or 2 power plants shutting on and off. Okay, next shout out is for Mr. Maizena, who is a member of the Red Circuit family.
Oh wow, he dodged. Nice.
I'm glad I have the sound.
Why do you all have so many channel points?
Turn down there.
Hi, by the way, Deb. Thank you.
Beep beep beep. My headset is complaining. There is literally no battery of the 4 lines. They are all gone. Interesting. $2. Yeah. It's a simple one. I am going to... No problem at all. Overflow manifold on coal, that would work. That's actually a good idea. I might do that next time I restart a map. Because, well, you'd have to have the... But the smart splitter, you get that from Caterium, so it's fine. That's a good idea. I actually have made a 3-to-8 balancer, but I've torn it down since, because when I got my fuel plants up and running, I tore down the coal generators, because why the heck would I want to waste my coal on that? Anyhow, I'm going to maintain my sleep schedule, so I'm going to wrap up now. And with that, I'm going to say thank you so much to everyone for popping in, spending time together with me, looking at me building this bizarre hexagonal building. And thank you so much for the subs. Thank you so much for the follows. And I will very likely, not just very likely, I will be back unless I have some serious sleep issues. I will be back again tomorrow evening. And we are going to raid Daddy. Because we can. So, with that, I hope you will have a great time zone, and I will hopefully see you again very, very soon. Yes. Bye.